一番まあ
レースに参戦しています。ゼッケン1番
に行われます。
頭ビーチです。
アジアワンメイクレースに参戦しています。ゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月17日から13日にモビリティリゾートモデルにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地にご覧に来てください。
今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
高平理一です。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリモテギで開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン一番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾートモテギにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
A very warm welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi. We are here, of course, for the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 3 for 2025. And as we explained, if you were with us this morning, we unfortunately have limited on-track video coverage because we had equipment arriving last night that was 2 or 3 days late. So our production team, bless them and honour them, have been working non-stop, literally over the last 24 hours to put everything together. Everything will be together in time for qualifying and practice tomorrow. And today we're just bringing some cameras in as we can. As you can see on your screen at the moment, we're looking towards pit lane. So we will do as best we can. You'll be able to see timing screens, and in the corner of your screen you'll be able to see a little Barry Russell and a little Daniel Bogers, and we'll be doing our best to bring you the most relevant talking points as we go through. So on to the talking points. Before we had a break at 1 o'clock local time, we were saying that it looked like it was going to rain, and there was a rain flag shown at turn 1. And now here we are more than half an hour later. There is some rain. It's drizzle rather than anything more serious. There's no torrential rain, but obviously that is difficult for the riders, difficult to get good lap times, and so the rain flag is showing around the circuit. It doesn't look too much in front of me, but if I look around to the side and behind at the back of the circuit, so around sort of turns 7, 8, 9, 10, then there's drizzle. You can visibly see that it's foggy and drizzly in that part of the circuit. So we are already into free practice 2 for the ASB 1000s, and as you can see, and as we always find when we come to Japan, where there are wild cards, there is some extra excitement and action. And so while it's gone quiet, let's look at the results from this morning. So from this morning, Hafiz Sharin came strong late in the session to record a really good 150.8, which was about 0.4 of a second faster than this year. He's a wild card, Sho Nishimura. You'll recall that he won race 1 here at Motegi last year. That was on a TKKR BMW. This time he's on the Japan Post Honda Racing CBR 1000 Triple R. But he looked really good, topping much of that session. Zakwan Zaidi, who's very much finding his form again this season, which is a great thing to see. He was third quickest, and then it was Nakarin Atirapuvapat currently second in the championship by just a 1 point margin from Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Azroy was 8th quickest this morning, so we haven't seen the best of him yet. So it was a 150.8 was the quickest time this morning for Hafiz. And for Azroy, 8th quickest, it was a 152.1. So that was the margin, about 1.2 seconds. And the riders went out, they did 1 or 2 flying laps and came straight back in just to see what they're going to do in the conditions. And as I looked down pit lane, well, I won't stand up because you'll only be able to see half of me then. I can see riders standing in pit lane looking at the sky, gesticulating, holding their hands out. So they clearly think, and I think with some justification, that there's no real point in going out on track as things stand. 29 minutes in theory remaining in the session. The wind's blowing quite hard from the back of the commentary position across the track towards the main grandstand. It's an absolutely fascinating place to be. Mobility Resort Motegi. The mobility refers to all kinds of mobile, moving around kind of action you can do from track days and racing cars, racing motorbikes, through to, I can see just from here looking over the top of the timing screens, zip line. So it's a really great outdoor action resort, hence the title, resort. Many of you will recall that it used to be known as Twin Ring Motegi, and the Twin Ring refers to the oval American style racetrack that goes around the perimeter, right around the perimeter of the circuit that we're concerned with now. And the oval was unfortunately damaged in an earthquake several years ago, so isn't used for racing anymore, but it remains there, and it's really quite a sight. If you climb up the bank to the outside of the circuit and look down, it's absolutely stunning. And it's great to be here, especially when there are motorbikes on the circuit. But that's not about to happen anytime soon, I think. I can see, just in my field of vision now, I can see Aslan Shah, I can see Zakwan Zaidi chatting in pit lane. I can see Lachlan Effis looking down pit lane, looking up at the sky. So the conditions are just strange outside. It's slightly chilly with the rain, and the guys clearly see no point in venturing out on track at the moment. Some riders even walking out to the pit wall. Let me just show you the shot from pit lane. You can see from the way the camera's moving about that it's actually quite windy here as well. Looking there at the tunnel that goes through, just trying to figure out where that is. Is that from turn 5 to 6? That is the tunnel that comes out there to turn 12. So yeah, sorry for the delay. It was just consulting with the production team about this session where there are no bikes on track. And yeah, like I said, once again you can see the camera shaking around, you can see the flags fluttering in the breeze, and then right in the middle of your screen there you can see Daniel Bogers in the yellow Dunlop hat just walking from left to right, and your screen has just disappeared behind the hoardings. So that's good news, because he's going to be looking for people to talk to. There's I thought it was a cameraman, but it's not. It's one of the circuit photographers. But Daniel will soon be hooking up with a cameraman to go and talk to people. And just as we're about to despair, out onto the circuit comes a motorbike, and that motorbike belongs to my fellow countryman Joe Francis. Normally see in the BSB Championship. He's ridden in different classes there, including Superstock. He has done British Superbike top class, and most recently Super Sport. And there are many comparisons. I mentioned it earlier this morning that because of the strength of the wildcards here, the wildcards of course come from the national championships and the JSB Japan All Japan Championships are extremely strong. They've got a whole variety of great, really challenging circuits in Japan, and it's a fantastic series and produces some amazing riders, many of whom are here as wildcards. And in the context of this championship this weekend, we are delighted to say that wildcards we've got here for Nitro Ryota Racing, Keisuke Tanaka. We've got Odaki Amon for SDG Hark Pro. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the wrong list. You'd think I'd have had time, wouldn't you, to get up the right one. So here we've got Motohara Ito for Motobum Honda. We've got Wada Ruka for Team Tatara Aprilia. Tatara Aprilia fielding 2 riders in the shape of Wada, and also Akito Haga, who we were lucky enough to see in Sepang in round 2. We've got Shota Ite for a very interesting collaboration that we'd like to dig into a little bit more, so perhaps Daniel can find something out about that during the course of the afternoon. Between the collaborations between Uma Racing MMR, which we're used to seeing most often in Underbones, and Akino Speed Green Cycle. So that's a really interesting Malaysia-Japan tie-up. So Shota Ite is riding the Yamaha YZF R1. As one rider at least goes past the commentary position. We've also got Toshima Rei for Dogfight Racing, one of the great Japanese teams, and Ryosuke Iwato on a Kawasaki, and that's the first time we've seen a Kawasaki here in the Asia Road Racing Championship. He's riding for the Kawasaki Plaza Racing team, an absolutely gorgeous looking, well prepped machine that we hope to see more of. So that was the Wato. He did a 152.3, so he was decent pace for him. The wildcards, when they come in, they have to deal with although they've got great circuit knowledge, they have to deal with the change of tyres from whatever they use, normally to the Dunlops that they use here. And as Daniel and I were discussing this morning, the thing about the Dunlops is that there's a lot of stability in the tyres, and on this circuit, where you've got a whole series of straights followed by second gear or even first gear turns, it's really important because you're braking upright for a lot of the time, so lots and lots of pressure on the front tyre, and I just think the style of the tyre, the stiffness of the carcass, and the rubber, the compounds that Dunlop produce, mean that once these riders get used to those characteristics, they'll probably enjoy them. They also wear well during the course of the race. So on that basis, I'm theorizing that the wildcards in this category will get stronger as the weekend goes on. So going out there is Murasi Takaru on a Suzuki. That's the Team Titan TKR Suzuki. We have two Suzukis on the grid this time around. If you saw round 2, you'll recall what a fantastic job Adam Norridin did at Sepang. That was such a good outing, and such a good encouragement or a hurry up for Suzuki to put more, perhaps put a little bit more resources into racing in this series and in others. So the rider walking across there, normally see them with their helmets on. So that was the Australian, tall figure of the Australian Lachlan Effis for Savitar Team Asia, just walked across. His BMW parked in the garage. And there you go, that is turn 5 that you can see, the exit to turn 5, then into the dim or the darkness of the tunnel, and then out into turn 6, and that starts a very quick section, a very quick and flowing part of the circuit. So just to give a little bit of background on the track, it's 4.8 kilometers, 50 meters wide, so it's a wide track. There are 14 turns, 8 right, 6 left, and the longest straight is the back straight that comes down from turn 10 to turn 11 at 760 meters, and there's a slow turn at the end. Turn 11 is slow, and then you go into a very tight but flowing section that leads you through turn 12, 13 and 14 is the final turn, and onto the main straight. So one of the things to watch out for this weekend will be the shenanigans that goes on in those last three turns, and whether riders go off or get pushed off over the track limits at turn 14. That's where you're most likely to see track limit infringements. Other places would be turn 5 and turn 9. We saw 1 or 2 go off at or go over the track limit at turn 11 earlier today. Just looking for Joe Francis. I think he's just having a casual look around. So nothing much moving out there except for the camera that's being blown around in the wind. But we will have something for you to have a look at. The championship here is very tightly poised, with just 1 point between Azroy Hakim Anwar, and I think that might have been Cameron Dunkirk going through the tunnel there. Yeah, the championship being very finely poised with Azroy Hakim Anwar 1 point ahead of Nakarin Atirat Bubapat. So it's Azroy on 71, Nakarin on 70, and just 3 points behind is Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. Then it's Zakwan, still just about in touch on 58 points, and on 56 points is Kito Abe. Kito Abe hoping for great things this morning. He improved during the session, ended up 5th with a best time of 151.794. That was about 0.9 slower than the killer lap that was put in by Hafiz Sharin. It looks very much like this, back to the weather, looks very much like this weather is staying with us. The flags keep fluttering, and just looking to the back, you can still see the kind of cloudy effect that a fine drizzly rain gives you. But just completing a lap there was Joe Francis, British rider of course, not being unaccustomed to wet or difficult conditions. So shout out for the mother country there. Good work by Joe Francis. And so far as I know, this is his first time to Motegi, so any time on track is going to be useful for him. He had dry session this morning, did a 155.4, improved through the session. So it's unfortunate that the conditions aren't more favourable to give him a bit more experience. Weather forecast for the weekend, let's take a little look here. Back to the tunnel, so you can see that the cameras are coming on board now. Weather should be dry tomorrow, according to the forecast I'm looking at, without advertising what that is. So they might be, the competitors might be looking at this and thinking, well, the weather forecast for the rest of the weekend is okay, so why go out and risk throwing it down the road in a drizzly session on a Friday afternoon? Yeah, I mean, it's not the best entertainment for for you guys watching, and not the most fun I've ever had as a race commentator, I have to say. But there we go, bulldog spirit, and hopefully it gives the guys a chance to get everything sorted out, because the delay in getting the equipment here has really caused us problems. But there you can see the drizzly kind of atmosphere as the gritty Brit Joe Francis goes through. And yeah, as you can see, only 3 riders have even had a little sniff around. Yeah, 3 riders, and yeah, as Arif, the producer, has just pointed out, there's only 3 cameras currently working as well. So, so yeah, as happens in these situations, you work as hard as you possibly can, but you never lose sight of the funny side of life as well. So we've got 12 minutes remaining in this gripping session, and right, we've got Daniel on standby down in pit lane, and just trying to fix the issue with the camera down there. So the camera gremlins are really doing some remarkable work today. So shout out for those guys, but they will be overcome and exterminated by the end of the day. Absolutely, I've got a resilient yep through my headset. So yeah, I believe it, and you should too. Tyre technicians walking around, looking at the ground, looking at the sky. The trip here to, just if you're thinking of coming to Motegi, and you really should, because the weather will be better and the cameras will be rolling for the rest of the weekend. It is an absolutely beautiful location, surrounded by mountains. It's not a place you'd expect to find a racetrack, but what a racetrack it is. As I was saying several minutes ago, it's got the this remarkable layout of having the American style oval track going around the outside, with this track on the inside, 4.8 kilometers, 14 turns, and lots and lots of action all around, overtaking points literally everywhere on the circuit. And the sole rider on track, Joe Francis, has just come in, so that makes it nice and tidy out on the track with no motorbikes making the place look like a mess. And so the question is, how will the Supersport, the next session out will be the Underbones. What will they make of it? Well, if I were an Underbone team manager, I would be thinking, well, this morning was dry. The riders, the important thing is to get through to qualifying 2 in the morning, and as this morning's session was dry, I probably wouldn't bother going out. Not to wish that nothing happens in the next free practice session, but just thinking through things logically. Probably if the track conditions remain damp, as they will, nobody in the Underbone or TVS championships are going to improve their time, and that means that they will just have to bank the times that they recorded in the dry conditions this morning. So this morning was Hafiz Shirin on top, and Sho Nishimura, as I mentioned quite a long time ago, so I'll mention it again now, for Japan Post House Racing. He's riding a Honda this time. Last year on a TKKR BMW he won race 1, didn't finish race 2, but he was not only quick but absolutely spectacular here, and an image that many people have in their mind from that race last year was of him hard under braking between turn 10 and 11 at the end of that long straight, downhill braking, the rear wheel in the air, bouncing around over the curbs, and he was just spectacular, and really made that weekend special. Other things to mention would be the return of Zakwan Zaidi, who had a pretty indifferent 2024, but he's come back into some really good form. With 2 second places so far, he hasn't managed a win yet, but looking at his form and his general demeanour as he walks about, then Zakwan will be bagging, adding another win to his considerable collection. So on circuit now there is not sure what that was. That could be Marase Tekaru. Can't see. If we have a look at the camera at turn 5, maybe we can catch him. So one rider out on track. Again, just having a look. And as he goes round the back of the circuit, I can still hear him. So what else to look out for here, just while we're thinking about it? So when we come back with bikes and pictures, we're looking for real improvements from Aslan Shah and Apiwat on the A1 Energy BMW racing machines. Apiwat was another of those riders that was so memorable here at Motegi last year, when he was on his way to winning the Supersport 600 Championship. He swapped wins with the sensational wildcard Kengo Nagao, racing for his Kengo racing team, and he did so well that, as Daniel reminded us earlier, he actually got himself a ride with Yamaha Racing Indonesia for the rest of the season. Unfortunately, Kengo isn't in as a wildcard this time, but Apiwat has shown some really good speed over 1 lap on the BMW. He hasn't quite got it consistent, but he's got the form and the experience to put it together and make that a really good package. Him and Aslan, experienced riders, and they will no doubt get that bike into shape. There's a Honda going around there. Yeah, it was. I thought the first time around it was Nakarin Atirapuvat. It is Nakarin. He's game, and another rider that gave us some memories to take away from last season when he had a spectacular crash and then came back and got a P2, if I remember correctly, and I'll tell you whether my memory is correct or not in just a moment. Got a P2 in race 1 and a P3 in race 2. So yeah, so recovering from an almighty crash in qualifying to bag 2 podiums, and now he is just 1 point behind as Roy Hakim Anwar in the championship. Also looking for form, and the reason that I've been predicting strong performances from Hafiz this weekend, that's the number 12, Cameron Dunker. Oh, sorry, no, it's the number 40, that's Joe Francis coming out again. Lachlan Epis looks like he's, or was that Aslan coming out? As we have just 3 minutes 20 seconds remaining, so we're not going to see a whole lot other than them just exploring the conditions, because they're scheduled to have another session this afternoon. Local time here is just after 2 o'clock. They're scheduled, the third session is the last session of the day, which is scheduled for 16:50, so 10 to 5 this afternoon. So let's see what conditions bring us then. But I feel quite excited now. We've got 2 or 3 bikes on track with 2.5 minutes remaining in this session. But it's not going to be one of those nail-biting ones where you wonder who is quickest. Nakarin in this championship, Nakarin and Azroy have 2 wins apiece. The race they didn't win, they were just 1 point apart. So in other words, so when Nakarin didn't win, he was 4th and 8th, and when Azroy didn't win, he was 7th. So that's it, just 1 point. That's the reason for the 1 point between them. That might be my optimism. As Joe Francis goes past, but it might be my optimism, but I feel as though the rain's easing off, and Daniel's just come back into the commentary box and he's shaking his head. No, it's still, what is it, Daniel? Is it a drizzle out there?
The easiest comparison I could give you, it's like powder snow but in rain form. And Joe was telling me just now in the pit, he said that it's some parts where it's dry enough for a slick, but there's some parts where it's just a layer of wet track and you couldn't comfortably go on a slick tire. We saw Takeru just now going on the dry tires. He tried it on his Suzuki and he came back in immediately and he just shook his head. He said he can't do it. It's just not worth the risk. And had a chat with Azan Shah as well. Azan, who's coming out, I think he's already come out, or he was preparing to get out. And he told me as well, he said right now it's a waste if they go out because the track is not dry enough for proper slick data, nor is it wet enough for wet data. Sal Khan from Dunlop as well told me the exact same thing. Is he said you can't blame the riders for sitting this one out just because you don't gain much unless, for example, maybe Joe Francis just wants to understand the track better, then it's worth it. But other than that, you don't gain much from a session like this. It's tricky conditions.
That was as I was speculating to myself and our wonderful patient audience that the forecast for this weekend is actually for no more rain. So again, you know, you think there's nothing to gain from going out in this session.
Yeah. No, it's and standing out there as well. I was just thinking to myself, if I was in the riders' positions, I myself probably wouldn't bother to go out because it's tricky. I've never ridden these kind of conditions before, so I can't imagine what it's like. I bet it's slippery on the slicks, but 50-50 conditions like this, you're taking a gamble every lap, no matter what tire you choose. You run the wet tires, within a few laps your tires overheat, you start to slip about. You run the slicks, you hit a wet patch mid-turn, and you go tumbling down. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I think, you know, from the point of view of Joe Francis, it's his first time here. It's good for him just to get any kind of track time in, as long as he doesn't bin it. But yeah, Aslan was out, but nothing to gain. And as the checkered flags are out, that is all that we have for you for this second Superbike session of the afternoon. We hope it brightens up and dries off so that we can see them on track again at the end of the afternoon. And all being well, we will have coming up for you at 2:20 local time in 9 minutes from now the Underbone 150 second session of the day. So we're going to take a break. I need to give my voice a rest after 40 minutes of waffling and droning on. So thank you for your patience, everybody. And we will... My wife tells me that I talk too much. And I'm going to say, well, isn't it lucky that I do? So thank you, guys. Thank you for staying with us, and we'll see you in 10 minutes for the second practice session for the Underbone 150s. We'll see you soon. thank you for staying with us. We are here at a little damp Motegi in the hills of Tochigi, or mountains probably, of Tochigi Prefecture in Japan for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we've had mixed conditions, and we've also, as if you tuned in earlier, you'll be aware, some late shipping of television equipment means that we haven't been able to bring you the usual exquisite quality footage that we normally do on free practice Fridays, but our team of heroes and geniuses in behind the scenes have been working, and I promise you this is true, around the clock to get everything back together. And so by the time we get to qualifying tomorrow, we will be able to bring you the full service. So for now, for today, we're showing you the timing screens. We're talking through as many of the interesting points as we can, as well as the action that we're looking at on the timing screens, because we don't have pictures either. So yeah, it's been quite an intriguing day, and even looking at timing screens when it's the Underbone 150s, Daniel, is exciting.
It is. I mean, because we're just looking at how certain riders have an advantage in different sectors, and it's interesting to see where the strengths of the bike and the rider itself are around the track. It's only Husni so far since practice 1 that's just been a level above, and yeah, Husni just continuing on his brilliant performance this season.
Yeah, he's a really special rider. 3 wins out of 4, 1 4th place, and that's been the story of his season. It's been absolutely phenomenal, and he's 40 points clear in the championship from defending champion Fahmi Bassam, who is no slouch himself. But yeah, my goodness, defending champion, he's got some defence to put up. By the end of this weekend, we will have another 2 races in the bag, and we will hit the halfway point of the season. And if you were watching carefully, as well as seeing the announcement about our technical tribulations, you'll have seen that we've also announced the 5th round, which will be at Sepang. And personally, Daniel, I'm quite happy to be going for a second time at Sepang. As we know, it's a magnificent racetrack, a bit of everything. We always get great racing there. So so I'm pleased to see it back in for round 5.
Yeah, I think no rider is going to complain about riding in Sepang. I think everyone loves Sepang as a track. It's one of the greatest tracks ever in the world, and it's great to go to a proper testing ground. And of course, we would have loved to have a mix of different tracks in this season, but due to unforeseen circumstances, we will be heading back to Sepang. But as you mentioned, it's not an issue at all because it's such a great track.
No, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We always have a great time there, and we always have great racing there. So yeah, bring it. But now we are at another rather special track, Twin Ring Motegi. Oh, whoops, that's a flashback. Mobility Resort Motegi. And of course the Twin Ring refers to the fact that we've got an American racing style oval around the outside of this circuit that we are racing on. And as Daniel was saying earlier, it was damaged in an earthquake, so it's not fit for racing, but it does create an extremely striking backdrop to the race. I mean, just looking across the racetrack here, you can see it right in front of you with a concrete wall on the outside, and if you walk up the banking or up to the top of the grandstands and look down, it's an absolutely breathtaking view. This is a beautifully appointed circuit, beautifully located circuit. And as the minutes tick down, 5 minutes remaining in this session. The track has been damp, as you all know, if you were patient enough to listen to me rambling through the 40-minute ASB 1000 when we didn't have any bikes on track. but in this session the times have been respectable. I speculated that we wouldn't see many bikes come out because the whole point of practice, free practice on Friday for the underbones, is to try to bank a good time and get into qualifying 2. However, the field has been out, and to their credit, they've been doing some pretty good times. So there was an absolutely killer lap of 2:15 set by Husni's Simon Faudzi for Zia LFN HP 969 this morning in their first practice session. And also in the 2:15s was defending champion Fahmi Bassam, and there were several riders, 2:16s, 2:17s, and we've seen something close to that here. So towards the lower end of the 12 that make the cut into qualifying 2, there probably will be some changes there when we look at the combined times after this session is finished. So yeah, credit to the underbone riders for going out and doing it. I was saying during my stint in the unforgettable for me ASB 1000 session that if I was an underbone team manager, I wouldn't go out. But there you go. That's why I'm in the commentary box and they're down there doing the entertainment.
Yeah, during your 40-minute solo marathon, the weather was really tricky, and yeah, you could just see Joe Francis making the most of the conditions, but it really wasn't a condition to ride on. You wouldn't gain much out of it, but I think for Joe it was just a matter of learning the track. And yeah, for the underbones, I think the reason why for them this doesn't bother them too much is because for those who are used to watching Cup Prix in Malaysia or One Prix in Indonesia, you'll know that these races run in really, really harsh torrential raining with dry tires. So these guys are really used to this, to these wet conditions, and they're used to having a limit of grip when it starts to rain. So their control, their master over the conditions, they'll understand these conditions very quickly. And you can see in these 50-50 mixed conditions, well, it's probably closer to dry now. They're finding no issue at all trying, like, setting decent lap times. I mean, we've had Husni with the 2:16, the rest of the grid with 2:17s, 18s. They're doing pretty decently.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as we know, there've been no tumbles.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's also a great thing. And yeah, talking about being used to these kind of conditions, I had a wry smile when it was Joe Francis, the British rider who was out in the condition. He probably thought it was a luxury, just a bit of drizzle and 24 degrees. It's like a perfect summer's day in the UK. But yeah, credit to these guys. It's Husni again at the top with that 2:16.87. Afif Anran again near the top. He was third this morning, and Fahmi Bassam. Dimas Juliet Moko, we know he goes well here because he scored a podium last year when we were here. And then Adichie Fauzi, who continues to impress ever since he came into this series. Pierpont Lu Bimpeng, he was good this morning as well, and good this afternoon. Gupita Krishna. Daniel, do you know his condition? Gupita, he had an injured shoulder which kept him out.
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to chat with him yet.
Two, right?
Yeah.
It's a bang.
I mean, he looks more or less okay. I haven't seen him really clutching his shoulder or anything, but yeah, it was a nasty one for him. By the looks of it, he's okay. Walking about, we should have. I'll try and get an update from him later on when I'm walking around.
He's one of these tough characters that wouldn't admit it.
Yeah,
if he was hurting, right?
He wouldn't show it.
No.
Definitely not. It's proper old school Gupita.
Yeah. Akid Aziz having kind of a midfield run so far. 7th this morning, the 2:18.6. And what's he done here? 2:19.4. So not pushing too much there for Pitsbike Superfast. Unlike Afif, who's been at the front in both sessions. So again, credit to him. Looking at the other notables, Wayu Aji 219.9. Checkered flag comes out now. Perfectly coordinated checkered flag waving. The marshals here are so good, as we were saying earlier on. I noticed the marshal just pick up a tear off from the grass near the edge of the circuit, and it just is the diligence and attention to detail that you always see at Motegi, and kind of reflects a lot of what you see in Japan. The service is so good, and I love coming to this country.
Sorry, I judge this job because Husni has just pushed on for the fastest sector 2 and a very, very good sector 1 as well. So out of nowhere, right at the end of this, it was looking good now, but sector 3, Husni's just not set anything faster than what he's done. It's still going to be a decent higher 216 or a very low 217 from him. Husni is just on a solo mission to the top.
Yeah, he is, absolutely.
You can see him just coming up now. He's got a bit of slipstream. Comes across the line. Let's see what he does. It was a 216.9 from Husni.
Yeah, I mean, so the pace is great, and psychologically, it's the guy who's won 3 out of 4 races, making a statement to the rest of the field.
Yeah.
What are you going to do? So yeah, I mean, it's so frustrating for riders of the speed and quality of Farmi and established riders like FIM and Gubita and Wayuaji, and wow, just how do you find an answer for that? Cheryl Shazros for Streamer Yuzi, we haven't mentioned him yet today, but he's sitting 17th as we see it now. So checkered flag waves. So let's just run down the top 15. So it was Husni at the top, no surprise now. We're getting very used to that, 216.866. That compared with his 215 this morning in much more favourable conditions. And then it was Afi Van Ran, he was 3rd this morning, 2nd this afternoon. Dimash Julie, podium finisher last year, Farming Basam, defending champion, was 4th, 5th Aditya Fauzi. Then it was Pirapong Lubin Peng for Team One for All. He's due a good result at his team owner's home track. Then it was John Emerson in Gito, Guvita Krishna, April King Moscato, Ricky Ibrahim. Ardiv Ashiad was 11th, 12th Akira Ziz, and 13th Kiki Sudaman Manurung. AJ Sobretodo, the Filipino rider, was 14th and 15th. The great Wayu Aji Trilaksana on a 219.9. So that is the underbones done for the day. And next out will be the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Similar issue facing them about can they improve on this morning's times. But as Daniel said, the conditions are coming back towards dry, so let's see what happens. That's going to be happening in 7 minutes from now at 3 o'clock local time. So stay with us at Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
皆さんこんにちは、ASB フェンクラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリモテギで開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾートモテギにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB フェンクラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリモテギで開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾートモテギにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB フェンクラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。 次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリ茂木で開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾート茂木にてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB1000 クラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾート茂木で、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3茂木ラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平理一です。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリ茂木で開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾート茂木にてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB1000 クラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾート茂木で、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3茂木ラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平理一です。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリ茂木で開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾート茂木にてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB 1000クラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリモテギで開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾートモテギにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB 1000クラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリモテギで開催されます。6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾートモテギにてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB 1000クラスに参戦している、阿部圭人です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾートモテギで、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3モテギラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
平リーチです。 次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリ茂木で開催されます、6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾート茂木にてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB 1000クラスに参戦している、阿部圭斗です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。来月の、7月の11日から13日に、モビリティリゾート茂木で、アジア選手権が、第3戦が行われます。そうですね、一番、得意としているコースでもありますし、自信もあるコースなので、しっかりまず、頑張っていきたいと思います。
吉明です。ラウンド3茂木ラウンドは、7月11日から13日に行われます。
高平リーチです、次のレースはホームレースの、日本グランプリ茂木で開催されます、6月の13に開催されます。皆さん応援よろしくお願いします。
TVS アジアワンメイクレースに参戦していますゼッケン1番の小野弘樹です。7月11日から13日にモビリティリゾート茂木にてアジア選手権第3戦が開催されます。皆さんぜひ現地に応援来てください。
皆さんこんにちは、ASB 1000クラスに参戦している、阿部圭斗です。今期から SDG チームハルクプロホンダフィリピンより参戦しています。
Welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi. We've been quiet through this session. I do apologise, but as you will know if you were listening earlier, there was a late arrival of much of our essential broadcasting equipment, so we were quiet while some connections were being made and everything was being put into working order and tested. But now we are back at the tail end of the TVS Asia One Make Championship pre-practice 2 session, and the significance is that despite the earlier drizzle, the track seems to have dried out because we've seen faster times in this session than we saw this morning when the conditions were dry but overcast and a little bit cool. So the best time we saw this morning on the very last lap of the session was by Hiroki Ono, who dipped into the 206s with a 206.9 to go faster than Ramdan and Sartak Chavan. Now Sartak sits on top of the timing screen with a 206.613, and he's moving at a pretty good pace too. His last lap was a 206.8, so great work from him. Hiroki Ono inevitably isn't far away. He's on a 206.9, so slightly faster by a hundredth or so than he was this morning. Ramdan Rosley pretty much on the same pace as he was. So this is important. Why? Because these two sessions will put together the combined times, and the fastest 8 will go through to qualifying 2 tomorrow. So that's obviously what everybody wants, rather than do the extra work of qualifying 1, from where only 2 riders will go. So this has been an important session. Luis Miguel, who was pretty decent this morning with a 208.8, is pretty even more decent this afternoon with a 207.7. So a second faster than he was this morning. So you can see Luis Miguel making progress at this circuit as he becomes more familiar with it. Indonesian rider Randy, we know he has potential. He's currently 5th fastest, and a brilliant young Australian, Hunter Corney, number 9 on his bike. There is the 21, you can probably just see momentarily there, Riko Matsushima, one of the wild cards here. So we always know we get great wild cards on the grid in Japan, so we're looking forward to seeing what Matsushima can do, along with Shingo Lidaka, and also in as a new entry, Farish Hafli, the 16-year-old Malaysian, who's showing a lot of promise as well. His best times are 209.1, so he's going well here. He will have been here before, as he's raced in the Asia Talent Cup and been a podium finisher in that championship, which has by now spawned many leading riders, some of the top riders in the world who've made their way through into MotoGP Championship, Moto2, even MotoGP. So he seems to have a good career ahead of him, but it is Sartak with a 206.613 who sits at the top. There's just 1 minute until the checkered flag is waved to signify the end of the session. There you can see on your screen the number 4, that's Chirant Vishwanath, who's having a pretty good season. And number 9 there, that is the 14-year-old sensation from Australia, Hunter Corney, as he comes through turn 12, 13, and then tips it right into 14, the last corner on this 4.8 kilometre circuit, and he comes across the line now. 208.4, that was his, sorry, it's just updated, 208.25, so he improved and has gone from 6th to 5th, displacing Rendy. So Hunter Corney going well. So as many of you will know, these bikes are all pretty much identical. The riders are allowed to make changes to the suspension and also the electronics. Like the other classes, the electronics packages are supplied by A-Racer, that do such a brilliant job of getting the power and the power delivery characteristics of these machines. These are single cylinder 310cc machines, so bags of compression from that one big cylinder thumping up and down. So to get that under control, particularly under braking, to prevent locking up and so on, high sides, that's one of the many brilliant things that A-Racer bring to the Asia Road Racing Championship. And the checkered flag is being waved now, so that's the end of this session, and it looks like it is a really good one for Sartak. Hiroki Ono hasn't had an answer this time, but again he is in the 206s with a slight improvement earlier on. And in terms of the championship, it's very much a three-way shout between championship leader currently Ramdan Rosley, Hiroki Ono and Sartak Chavan. They are very close together in the championship, and just coming up behind them and getting himself into contention is Luis Miguel. Spanish rider, and that's a great thing to see as well. Hiroki goes through for the final time. Chiran goes through for the final time. And so nearly everybody is done here. And this time you can get the camera shot there. We're looking down towards the final turn with that iconic NGK timing tower in the background. And you just get an idea of the topography of this fantastic Motegi circuit. So as these riders go through, that it brings us to the end of this session. We have three more sessions to come after this one. So just to recap the results here, Sartak Chavan, the Indian rider, showing so much promise since he joined this series at the beginning of 2024. Fastest in this one, 206.613, and that will mean, of course, he leads the field into Q2 tomorrow. Then it's Hiroki Ono, last year's champion, second quickest, and he will be second quickest on combined ×2. Then championship leader Ramdan Rosli, the new challenger Luis Miguel, the young gun Hunter Corney, and then it's the brilliant Indonesian Rendi coming through, Chirant Vishwanath, another good rider from India, Kim Min-jae, the ever-improving South Korean, Farish Hafli, the 16-year-old Malaysian, Shingo Lidaka, local rider, just ahead in 10th, just ahead of Riko Matsushima, and then it's Leandro Paredes from the Philippines, then Alwyn Sundar, then another 14-year-old, this time from New Zealand, Nixon Frost, 14th quickest. And you can see Warapong Malahuan on your screen, but he is the project leader. He reserves the right to come out during these sessions just to see what the track conditions are to help everybody under his charge, but he hasn't been out today. So that's TVS done for the day. We're going to come back next with the third practice sessions for AP250, Supersport 600 and the ASB 1000. So that's still to come, so stay with us. We are live streaming from Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon. We are at the tail end of the third and final practice session of the day for the AP 250 class. Once again, our engineers have been working during the rest of this session to make sure that everything, all the cameras around the track, are up and working in time for tomorrow. But this is just to look at the last 4 or 5 minutes of this session. And what this says is that the brilliant rookie in the class, Murabile Vitoni, is on top of this third session with a time of 2:07.656. That is in fact the third best time of the day, behind Rish Takahira of TY Antares and Fadila RB Aditama. Three-time winner already and championship leader RB, and Rish Takahira knocking on the door of the podium, and indeed a win. There is the number 93, Fadila RB Aditama, just flashing across the line once again. He is number 93, is not on the top 15 that I can see currently. His teammate for Astra Honda, Davina Brittani, is however in 12th, and the number 19 I was going to say Irfan Haikal, but it's not. The number 19 is Nguyen Donan Pu, the Vietnamese rider. There he is, for Honda Racing Vietnam, a rider who's improving as we go. He was, let's have a look. In terms of the standings this season, he is showing quite impressively, getting points in nearly every race so far this season. Tonampu, a rider we haven't seen anything of yet, and I'm just going to check down all the timing information for the day. Is the number 65, Chao Vietnam, who hasn't recorded a time, so that's unfortunate. Okay, so here you're looking at the final few turns. There is the number 24, Davina Brittani, number 18, Nguyen Hu Tri. So they come up to complete a lap. They will get one more in. The checkered flag will be out by the time they get around next time. The number 57 Yamaha belongs to Uma Racing, and it is Daniel Shami Sharel. Number 37 there, familiar looking sight on the Kawasaki, Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki Iyoshi currently with the best time of 2:09. That's 1.3 off the best time of Murabile in this session. And if you were with us for the earlier FP1 and FP2s for this class, you will have heard us talking about the disadvantage that the Kawasaki has around here at Motegi because of the amount of heavy braking. There are a lot of straights followed by second gear turns, so lots of heavy braking, and because the Kawasaki, which is a 4-cylinder machine, is carrying in the region of 15 extra kilograms, that makes braking a whole lot more difficult. But Daniel interviewed Aiki in pit lane this morning, and he was looking pretty chipper and optimistic about his chances. So just that was Irfan Haikal, number 21, just lofting a wheel there on the exit of the turn. The number 157 behind him is Murabile Vitoni, and just behind him is another rider that's been quick all the way through today. That's Chandra Hermawan. So those three really getting their head down, looking for a good lap before this will be their last lap of the day. So there we've got Chandra number 88, Murabul Vitoni, Andy Fadley going in there and just passing his teammate there is Aiki Yoshi. As they go into this final section, there goes Chandra 88, 157, Murabul Vitoni. And now that's a good thing to point out, as that rider, that is that's Galang Hendra, number 56. That is a danger area for riders to exceed track limits. There's another one that goes off, and another one. Bit of target fixation there maybe, but riders will be penalised in the race or in qualifying for exceeding track limits at that place. That's probably the most dangerous place in terms of getting track limit warnings or track limit penalties. You can see the checkered flag is out now, and there's some really good times. We did have some drizzle earlier on which dampened the track. That does seem to have dried out pretty much okay now, because we've had the third fastest session, lap of the day from Murabil. Kritapat Kankum, he's come through, he's found his way around this circuit, so he's going well. Tonampu, number 19, comes across for the final time. Tonampu off the timing screen, we can see 15 from here. But some of the really good quality riders showing in this final session of the day, including a replacement rider. So let's just run through that and I'll point him out. So fastest, Murabul Vitoni, class rookie for this season, having stepped up from Underbones, 207.656. Next up, Kritapat Kankum for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. And then Fadil Musyavi, the replacement rider, also in the 207s, 207.904. Then it was Fadila Arbi Aditama, 207.939. And then Ryota Ogiwara, wildcard showing really well, 207.999. And then it was Chandra, 208.051. Galang Hendra, 208.689. And then 8th was Irfan Heikel. 9th, Nguyen Hu Tri, good session from him. Rish Takahira, who has the fastest time of the day, set in the second session. He's 10th this time. Rintaro Takamoto, 11th, 12th. Reiji Yoko, Irfan Ardiansha, 13th, 14th. Andy Mohammed Fadli on the Kawasaki, and his teammate Aiki Yoshi in 15th. So that's the last we'll see of the AP250s until tomorrow morning's 30-minute qualifying session. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back it will be for the final session of the day for the Supersport 600. So stay with us at Motegi for the closing sessions of the Free Practice Friday, and we will see you in just a few minutes.
nggak maintain.
We are back with some live commentary as we come to the end, and we just saw there Kitsada for Honda Racing Thailand coming off at that really tricky turn 12 where you go hard over to the left. He's unharmed. Just before him it was Helmi Asman who came off. Helmi has recorded the fastest time of the day, 1:54.236, and that time doesn't look under any great threat. And as Daniel and I were speculating, if anybody was to take it away from him, it would probably be Kazma Daniel for Hongyong Yamaha, because he is on particularly good form. So Kazma just within 0.2 of a second of Helmi's best time. And the number 20 there. So Jacob back with his hand. I was just checking because I didn't want to turn out his number 31. That's who I was confusing with him with in my mind. But the 21 there is championship leader Adinanta Putra, and as we often see him in about 4th place in practice, don't we, Daniel? And even in qualifying, he works really hard on getting the bike set up right, getting his pace, and he's not stunning qualifier.
Yeah, he's. I remember in round 2 during the press conference as well, he told me it's not about the fastest lap, it's about consistency, and he proved that in round 2 as well. It looked like he was nowhere in Sepang, like he just couldn't get on the pace, but when he came into race time, he managed his tires well, he managed his energy well, and brought it all together for race 1 and race 2. So Adinanta sits at 4th for now, but I don't think he's too concerned. I think he knows that he's been lapping consistently, and he will have everything that he needs to take it to the top again.
Yeah, and he's a good racer. He's a real warrior on the track. Surprised to see Helmi back out.
That's quick.
I mean, apart from anything else, is his airbag gone off?
It did look like the airbag went off there. But I think Aircon Stars did introduce the 2 performance stages now once again. Not sure if it is in use for Helmi yet. Maybe a quick change of suits should have been fast itself.
That would have been fast, yeah. Imagine sweaty, getting a leather suit off and on again in about 2 or 3 minutes, which is what he's done. And got back out on the track. Good for him. It's been a really good day for the Asman for Honda Racing Malaysia.
He's been training a lot. He's been doing a lot of fitness training and on-bike training, and this is back towards Helmi at his brilliant best. But his brilliant best is going to need to fend off this number 21 here, and number 27. Adinanta and Kasma, they've been looking brilliant. And Keisuke Tanaka, he's only a wildcard for this round, but he can steal a lot of points away from riders who are fighting at the top of the championship.
Yeah, that's right. And that's one of the excitements and advantages for us who watch the racing of having so many strong wildcards. It's another reason for enjoying the trip to Japan. It's just how the wildcards mess things up.
Oh, Helmi's gone off again. That's at turn 4, I think that is. Poor Helmi.
So there's a rider we haven't seen much of today because we haven't had the pictures very much, but Shirafuddin Asman, been a bit of a quiet one for him. 1:55.15, his best time of this session. Number 500 there, Anupam Samoon. He is not on the pace that he should be. He's almost 9/10 adrift of Helmi at the top. He's another rider that has good pace, but I just feel that he isn't quite in the chat
for what I feel for Denmark right now and Shafin Asman, while he has the advantage of having 2 seasons of race experience, a season of race experience on Moto3s here before, what might be difficult for him now is trying to translate the riding from a Moto3 bike, a very light machine that rolls quick, to the 600cc bike. Maybe that's the struggle. So where experience might be an advantage, sometimes inexperience can also help with the freshness of being new to the circuit with your bike. So maybe that's a struggle for Shafin Asman, because back in Buriram, in Sepang, he was brilliant. He could do a fast lap, and he was well within the pace. So yeah, a bit of a quiet day for Shafin Asman, and quiet session from Kip, who's in 10th currently.
Yeah, that's surprising. He looked in the first session today. He looked quite lively. So Helmi comes in. I think that'll do. You've had a good day, Helmi.
Yeah. Straight for the last time. I think maybe all three of them were trying something a bit experimental, just trying to find out what more they can bring. Helmi did prove with his lap time. He set the fastest one, but clearly that bike's a bit unsettled for him. So it's a bit unfortunate for Helmi Asman. But again, another opportunity tomorrow, but it will be the more important session.
Yeah, it will, in qualifying. And the one thing to love about qualifying for super sports and the thousands is the qualifying rear tyre, because Helmi especially is interesting with that, because sometimes he goes faster on normal race tyres than he does on the qualifiers, which is reasonably easy to understand, but it seems more so for him than other riders.
I think what will be interesting as well, we see like Keisuke Tanaka is in the top 5 right now. Can he make the most of a tyre he's never ridden before? He's already gotten used to the current Dunlop tyres, but the qualifying compounds are a whole different story. So where the wildcards might struggle in qualifying, we might see them flourish in the race.
Yeah, well, it'll be fascinating to see tomorrow. Qualifying for this class is always a fascinating battle. Sometimes everything's decided in the first few minutes, sometimes at the end. So can't wait for that, along with all the others. But that's the end of this session. We have one more to go, which will be coming up in 8 minutes from now at 4:50 local time, and that is the ASB 1000s. Now they've only effectively had one session today, because we had that drizzle that really wiped out the second session, and there was just no point in the riders going out, and most of them didn't, and those that did just did a handful of laps. So just to run down these results, then we'll take a short break. It's Helmi Asman, fastest time of the day for him, number 1. Number 2, Daniel Kazmayuddin. His teammate McKinley Carl Paz was 3rd, so great day for those guys. Adinanta Putra in what seems to be his customary 4th place in free practice, so getting the laps in, getting the settings right. Keisuke Tanaka was 5th quickest, then it was Soichiro Minamoto 6th, 7th. Number 500 Anupab Samoon, then it was Wayu Nugroho, who shone early this morning, not so much this afternoon. Then Sherifuddin Asman, we were just talking about. Karolidin Pawi, he was another rider stronger earlier than later. Hurjanatna for Astra Honda and his teammate Reza Danica were 11th and 12th. And then for Honda Racing Thailand was Tanat Longpliao, and then Odaki Amon and Rocco Sessler 15th with a 156.3 for the young German. So that's it. Stay with us, and we'll be back with the big bikes in 5 minutes or so from now. We're at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in a few minutes.
So we're in front of Team Tatara's garage right now, and we're looking at Wada Rukas Aprilia RSV 1100. And I just want to show you guys the winglet that it has. It's really interesting design. So you can see how it channels air from the front. So you even have a little air scoop that's cool down the brakes. But essentially the air gets picked up from the front here, channels through here, flows around the rider. And you can even see here, there's a bit of an exit from where the heat will be dissipated out. So it's really interesting to see how the winglets channel the air through and around the bike. And what this does here, it gives the rider just a bit more front feel going in. Some riders actually have said that the winglets kind of give them a feeling that they don't enjoy, but essentially the concept is just to give a bit more downforce in front and feeling as they're entering the turns, and as well as more weight at the front to give them just a bit more secure feeling on the front. Now this bike itself is actually just gorgeous. I mean, I love the way Aprilia has made this body all the way down here. The swing arm as well is gorgeous, and this SE Project Exos that we have here, this is longer than what I've seen the RSV4s in the past use. Usually it was a bit of a shorter muffler. This one's now longer. I suspect that's to prioritize a bit more top end speed, but I'll try to have a chat with the crew chiefs later on this week and see why that reason might be. But what a gorgeous bike we have here. We have two of them, of course, Akito Haga's bike, but he's still out on track. But gorgeous, we have so many different bikes here for round 3 here in Motegi. So back to the studio with Barry Russell. So now let's have a look at another wildcard bike. It's for the Team Titan TKR Suzuki team of Murase Takeru, and it's a bike which I just love the silhouette of it. It's a Suzuki Gixxer 1.
It has been a great day for the rider that was on your screen just a moment ago, for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah, the JDT racing team. He's really been making that Ducati work around this Motegi circuit. This is the closing 9 minutes of the day for Free Practice Friday. And we're coming in late because, as you all know, if you've been in contact with us earlier, technical issues caused by a late arrival of essential broadcasting equipment means that our engineers have been working feverishly, not only all through the night, but while we've been quiet in the commentary box. That's because they've been working, and we've been doing our best to keep out of their way and let them do their work so that we have full service. But here again is Hafiz Sharin. Effectively only 2 sessions for the Superbikes today. First session this morning, which was topped by Hafiz convincingly by around 0.3 of a second. But coming through really strongly in this session has been Motohiro Ito on the Motobum Honda. And as I was sitting here quietly watching it, I think that that Honda and the graphics, the colour scheme they've got on it, is, for me, this is just an opinion, because that Ducati is pretty nice too. For me, the Motobum Honda of Motohiro Ito is the nicest looking bike on track. And while I was talking about that, Zakwan Zaidi has jumped up into P2 with a 151.042. Only one rider has made it into the 150s, and that is Hafiz, who did it in the first session. He's done it again this time. Number 17 flashing through there is Wadaruka on the beautiful Team Tatara Aprilia. Back with Hafiz. Just behind him is the number 12 machine of Cameron Dunker, the 17-year-old Australian, finding his way round this challenging, highly technical, spectacular Motegi circuit. There goes Hafiz. He's through turn 6, making his way through the more flowing part of the circuit, but he's eased off now. Oh no, here he comes, beg your pardon. He's still on the move and really got his eye in. He's got data from last year from Ducati. He's got some really good engineers in the JDT pit, and of course he has all his experience as a MotoGP rider from this circuit. And there's one of the local riders, but a regular, Kito Abe. Kito Abe on the STG Hawk Pro on the Philippines, CBR 1000 RRR. Back with the leader of this free practice day as he comes through. That is turn 12, the long 13, a long time on the left of the bike, and back across to the right and up across as he crosses the line. Less than 6 minutes to go as we go back with Kita Abe. Kita Abe showing well in his debut year in this class. Been impressed with Kito Abe. Kito Abe currently 5th in the championship, 2 podiums, 2 third places for him, and we suspect it's only going to get better from there. So looks, although I'll check with my more aesthetically alert colleagues, I think that's a new helmet design for this round for Kito Abe. Home race, of course, for SCG Hawk Pro on the Philippines, as Kito plunges down this hill, very challenging, hard braking, but braking downhill, so it's hard but careful. Over to the right, and then on the left side of the bike, leaned right over for a long time, and then through the really sharp right onto the home straight. Danger there of going over the track limits on that final turn. That last lap was a slow one for Kito Abe. Let's see what he does this time around. He's probably going to get another 2 or possibly 3. Should get 3 laps in if he keeps the pace up. And we just saw briefly there Apiwat Wongtananon on the A1 Energy BMW. He's had a challenging day by the look of his lap time, just a little bit challenging to get it all hooked up together, but we know the quality of the rider, we know what a quick bike that BMW is, as we go back there with the number 17 Aprilia of Wadaruka. And this rider is won race 1 at this round last year, and that is none other than Sho Nishimura. Of course, he won on a BMW. He's now on a Honda, making a really good job of it. His best time is 151.1, and this morning it's 151.2, so he's improving. He was second quickest this morning, behind Hafiz, who nobody has quite been able to catch up with. Apiwat Wongtananon goes up into P2. So just as we were talking about him having challenges, he rose to the challenge and he's got within 76 hundredths of a second of Hafiz Sharin. So the BMW of Apiwat Wongtananon is on the move. He's just pushed Zakwan Zaidi down into third, and Motohiro Ito on the Moto1 Honda down into P4. There is Apiwat, the number 24 on the A1 Energy BMW, running a medium front and a soft rear. Just ahead of him, he's got his compatriot Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Nakarin on the podium both races in a P2 and a P3. Last time we were here at Motegi, but been a bit of a quiet day for him. His best time in this session, 151.5, and earlier his best time 151.7. So more to come from the Thai rider. Well, 2 Thai riders running together, Nakarin on the Honda and Apiwat on the BMW. We've become so accustomed to seeing Apiwat on a Yamaha, but it's good to see him breaking out of that comfort zone, if it was comfortable, and really making this BMW work. Let's see the lap times as they come through. Great shot of those riders coming through. The bike leaned over for a long time on the left side, flick it to the right, across the line. That was a good exit there for Nakarin. They stay where they are. That was a 51.6 for Apiwat and 51.5 for Nakarin. Apiwat eases off. His teammate Aslan Shah Kamarizaman down in 9th currently with a best time 151.5. He's just set that, and there is the gorgeous looking number 64 Kawasaki. On board the 64 Kawasaki is Ryusuke, I beg his pardon, Iwato, and the team is Kawasaki Plaza Racing Team. So good to have that brand back in this superbike class. And I think Nakarin and Apiwat, that you can see just going to the right of your picture there, probably holding each other up a little bit, not doing themselves any favours. There is the number 83 Savitar Team Asia BMW of Lachlan Effis, the Australian. Lachlan currently with the best time of 152.2, and earlier today he did a 152.8. So Lachlan improving, but he needs to improve a little bit more. He's got that Kawasaki behind him of Ryusuke. The checkered flag is out now for the end of this session. That will bring the day's proceedings to a close when the dust settles. But it has been a great day at the office for Hafiz Shirin, Abdullah and JDT Racing Team. Congratulations to them. They've set themselves up very nicely for tomorrow. Notably, Hafiz set those... Oh, and just pushing his bike off to the side there is Nakarin Atirak Bhuvapat. So, don't see any damage there. Looks like a mechanical problem. So he gets his bike out of harm's way, leans it gently against the fence. So looks down, maybe, who knows what it was. So he'll be whisked away from that position and his bike will be taken to the pits promptly, no doubt. Such is the efficiency of the marshals here at Motegi. So that was the end of the session. As I was saying, a great day at the office for Hafiz Shirin, and in the end a good day for Apiwat Wongtananon. We're going to sign off now and we'll be back tomorrow with full service, cameras all working, commentators all working throughout the sessions, and we'll be back online on live stream for qualifying from 8:30 tomorrow. We start with the split qualifying sessions for underbones, then TVS Asia 1 make, and then we go into the AP250s, the Super Sport. We've got the always fascinating Super Pole competition for underbone 150s, and finally ASB 1000 qualifying. That is it from us. Thank you to the team. I know what they've been going through today, or I have an idea anyway. They've done a fantastic work. We're going to see you tomorrow. Thank you for staying with us today. And join us again tomorrow at Mobility Land Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.